Good morning. My name is Paul Officer Saunders. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chance, good morning.
Good morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Mr. Stevenson, please state your name and MA number for the record.
My name is Ramesh Stevenson, MA number 450999.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ms. Stevenson, MA number 450999. He is serving a total effective sentence of 5 years jail, execution suspended after 27 months, followed by 4 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, illegal possession of a large capacity magazine, and breach of peace agreement. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 19, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. This is a rehearing for discretionary parole, as Mr. Stevenson was denied parole on December 4, 2025, with a rehearing date of July 2026. Since this December 2025 parole hearing, Mr. Stevenson has completed Tier 2, anger management, and unlocked your safety. Mr. Stevenson also reports that he is currently participating in school. Utilizing the statewide collaborative evaluation system, the overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of recidivism. Mr. Stevenson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I believe I should be granted parole because I got a stable plan, a job, and once I'm done finishing school, I want to become a plumber and help my family, my mother, and just stay out of trouble and be around productive family members and not be around negative people that's gonna bring me back and where I'm at now.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Said I don't want to come like be around negative people that's gonna lead me back to the place I'm here and be around productive family members and people that's gonna help me.
Okay, well, Mr. Stevenson, those are great reasons why you want parole. You were denied back in December and have completed additional programs. Is there anything you want to tell us about how you prepared yourself to be successful out in the community already, instead of the, things you're going to do when you are out?
Like, do I have any plans that I'm gonna do when I'm home?
No, we already heard what you want to do when you're home. I'm asking you what you've done that would make you deserving of parole since December when you were denied.
When I was denied, I ain't finished all my groups, and then I got denied for a ticket when I had first got down during April. And I know y'all probably could see that I caught a ticket during like a couple months ago.
Mhm.
So it's like I couldn't just take how should I say it? Couldn't take like all the heat that was coming to me. So I just wasn't thinking. I just ended up fighting and got jumped. So that's why I went to the box. But I've been trying to stay myself out of trouble and not keep on getting into problems and things like that. I caught like 2 tickets during the time I've been incarcerated.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Well,
just been trying.
It's especially concerning that you got a fighting DR in May after completing anger management and unlock your thinking. So, we'll ask you some questions about that. We're going to begin the questions this morning with Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Stevenson, at your last hearing, they asked you to continue with school, remain DRC, and complete programs. So since your last hearing, as the chair said, you did complete anger management, you completed Unlock Your Thinking, and last September, you completed domestic violence. So what have you learned about yourself since the last hearing?
You said why it happened. I learned about myself
Yeah.
What have you learned?
or what I've learned. I learned that, like I said, a couple minutes ago, that I can't let people with action and my emotion trigger me. That's gonna give me out of character. But I learned how like other people got feelings and you can't just overreact quick and unlock your thinking. It just made me help me think about bigger situation and bigger problem.
So you learn to think differently? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not negatively.
Have you learned to do anything differently?
Um, I'll say not. Like while being incarcerated, it's a lot of drama and things go on. So you just can't believe like everything you hear and be quick to like I'll say like crash out, push you in a bad position and just talk things out or just ignore the situation.
So so Mr. Stevenson, you were serving time for, criminal possession of pistol and, having in possession a large cap magazine and breach of peace. So you knew that those things were wrong, correct?
Right.
So the purpose of you going to serve incarceration is to help you think differently, to think about what you did and how you can develop skills to make you think differently. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is just concerning that, you did the programs and then you got into a fight. What do you think you were experiencing when that fight occurred?
I was experiencing it's like the way it happened, it's just like I was tired of it. Like people like it started like it playing card, then I just ended up getting hit in the head. Then I got spun on, so it just made me not even think about it just made me not even think about the situation that I got a couple months ago, which was my parole hearing. But I was trying to keep myself out of trouble so I won't so I won't have a DR. Then I come here and then it just looked bad on me. I was trying to stay ticket free until July 2nd.
But that didn't happen.
Nah,
Right.
you said it didn't happen?
It didn't happen that you could stay ticket free.
Yeah.
So since you got that ticket, what happens the next time that you perceive someone hitting you deliberately? How do you intend to handle that?
I mean, in the past, I had walked off from the situation. I just let it been. But
So why didn't you this time?
because, like I said, it just kept on happening like more than once, and then once I got spit on, it just like I was like left the situation, but then the other inmate came, hit me, and spit on me, then it escalated.
So do you really think any changes have occurred within you to make you believe that you would do things differently in the future?
I mean, yeah, I think myself, I think I believe I could do a better thing and change my ways.
How could give me an example of how you would do that?
While I've been, for example, I've been incarcerated for a year and a half. And I'm only caught 2 DR, and I know that multiple things that happened in jail, I could have been going to the boss multiple times. I could have been catching more worse tickets other than fighting. So it just made me like not being a gossip a lot and just lay back. And then like, whatever comes my way, like that bother me or trigger me, I just can't deal with it a lot. So that's why
What's going to happen to you if you can't deal with it?
I'm saying like the recent ticket I had caught, that's what made me get out of my character and just start fighting. I wasn't an aggressor. I was trying to be like a passive.
Can you think of anything that you learned and unlock your thinking that would be able to help you in the future?
Yeah.
Can you think of one way you would handle that similar situation if it were to occur again in the future?
In the future, I would just in the future I would just walk off and just let the person have the situation. Just like I just let them have it, and just not get me in that mood or take my position to lead me somewhere else. To just walk off.
Mr. Stevenson, I'm a little bit, puzzled by the fact that, and I know you're just 19 years old, but 19 years old, you seem to understand some things because, you're serving time for serious charges. You understand that?
Yes.
Right. So you understand that at your last hearing, you were given an opportunity to complete the programs and don't get any DR, and to show that whatever skills that was mentioned in the unlock your thinking or the anger management, that you'd have at least learned something. But I haven't heard you say today that you've learned one thing to demonstrate that you have changed.
I mean, I have a piece of paper I wrote, but it's about like other programs, like my anger management, thing like that.
I just have one last question. You're in school and I read that you only have 3 credits remaining. Is that to get your GED or your high school diploma?
Recently, it's to get my credit diploma, my diploma to graduate. Right now, I just need one semester left, and I'll graduate in September.
All right, well, Mr. Stevenson, I wish you the best of luck. And I do hope that at least you get your high school diploma or GED, whichever one they chose to give you. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Stevenson, you mentioned in your opening statement you have a stable plan and a job waiting for you. What is the job?
It's my old job, the Passion Club. And if not, I have a warehouse that I could attend and work at.
Okay, do you have anything to show us that verifies either of these employers as a job waiting for you?
Now, I don't have no, like, right now, I don't have no way, but one of my friends, I got like a job, they had asked the, they had asked the, manager if like they're hiring and stuff like that, cause I was expecting them to come home, to come home to straight to a job and be productive.
Right, but for our decision making, all we have is you saying you have a friend who knows the manager and that your old employer will take you back, but we have nothing that says that's true. So a lot of times people in your position will contact those potential employers and ask them to write a brief note saying, you know, full-time employment upon release, and then we have greater confidence that you really do have a plan. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Called preparing for the hearing. How will you get a certification as a plumber?
I'm good. Trade school,
Where?
Central Haven, trade for plumbing.
Central New Haven?
Says in New Haven. It's in New Haven CT.
Okay. And how do you pay for that?
I'll go for a trade. But before I go for a trade, I got to finish my school. I got to finish school, find a job, and while I'm working and stuff, I'll go for my trade for plumbing and then start my career with that.
Okay, but you have to pay to go to school. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question was, how are you going to pay for that?
I'm gonna work and find the jobs that I need so I can pay for school.
Okay, so you will find employment, you'll set up a bank account, you'll save to put yourself through school.
Yeah, my father got that situated a bank account for me and things like that. Like when you get paid, some of his paycheck, he put like a half his paycheck or money into my bank account so I could like invest and things like that.
Okay, but you're 19, you're an adult now. So these are your responsibilities, not your parents. I understand you want to go live with your mom in Bridgeport.
Yes.
You're going to help her pay rent or mortgage?
Yes.
Huh? Okay, that's part of being an adult. Done living off your parents. And set money aside so that you can pursue a career. That's a good step. You mentioned in this situation over a card game that these individuals triggered you. Why did you give away your power? Why do you let other people trigger you?
At that time and moment, I don't have an answer for that, but I just ain't thinking that everything just happened fast. I was trying to avoid the situation and they just came
Oh, come on,
Yeah.
Mr. Stevenson, you've been at MYI. You see how these things go down like
Yeah.
that. They set
yeah.
off and it's melee.
Yeah,
So,
I had,
you know, what
I
I'm
had
saying to you is you talked about not letting your emotions trigger you and that these other people triggered you. You know, you've got to be the one in control of your emotions, and you do that by pausing and thinking first. And you have to be able to think about the potential consequences of any actions you take, right? It's called decision making.
Mhm.
But you have to be able to regulate your emotions, realize whatever intensity you're feeling in the moment shouldn't drive your actions. It should be your thoughts that drive your actions. Does that make sense to you?
yes, it makes sense.
Okay. Because if you are letting other people trigger you, then you're not in control of your emotions and you're giving away your power.
Yeah, I understand. Like it happened to me like before I called the DR, things had happened, but I just thought, I was just thinking, I just walked off from the situation, locked up in the cell, and then I just let that happen. But that day just was totally different. But I understand what you're saying.
You know, might have been different because you were in the middle of it, but you know, you've seen what happens with some of the card games that get played, right?
Yeah,
So, you know, that should inform your decision about even playing cards. We hear that a lot about basketball, leads to shoving and fighting and that kind of thing. So a lot of people in your position will choose just not to play because it's just too high risk for a DR. People take it too seriously and take out other issues they're having with people on the basketball court or in a card game. So, you know, it's a difficult decision for us, Mr. Stevenson, because you've taken some positive programs, which the prior panel wanted you to do, but then you got a DR directly related to the issues addressed in the programs you participated in after you completed the programs. Do you see how that's challenging for us?
yeah,
We're trying to, you know, determine change and suitability for release. What do you understand about parole?
Role that like it's rules and you gotta make sure you do everything that's right. You know, you're gonna come back to jail, then when I come see y'all again, and then things I said during here I wasn't doing when I was home. I just gonna look at me like he don't care.
Who looks at you like we don't care?
I'm just saying like people like he don't care, like all the things I was saying was like lies that I just came back. I ain't have no job, I ain't get no job, I ain't finished no trade, I ain't finished school.
So parole officers have access to programs and services that can help you. So they're part of your support system. They want you to be successful. They're not just there to hold you accountable and make sure you follow all the rules. There's somebody you should talk to when you're struggling, when you're feeling stressed. All right. Well, thanks for talking to me, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Stahl.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes our questions, Mr. Stevenson. If you'll give us just a few minutes to discuss, we'll get back to you. Ms. Chance?
So this is a review for Mr. Stevenson. He did receive a DR at last hearing. He was asked to complete, continue with school, the programs and remain DRC. He completed the anger management in January, Unlock Your Thinking, April 30th, 2026. at his last hearing, he had also completed domestic violence. And on last September, and on May 4th of this year, he received a fighting ticket. The concern that I have is I asked Mr. Stevenson to share what he had learned from the anger management or unlock your thinking. He struggled with that and seemed to be putting it back on the people that he was playing cards with. And so he did indicate that he does have family support, but there was no letter to demonstrate that the employment at the warehouse that he mentioned was actually there. I know he also, I read during his interview with the parole officer that he said he would get assistance from his mother. So for me today, I don't have Mr. Stevenson. I don't think he's suitable for parole today. I think he needs to stay and at least complete either the high school or GED program. And perhaps we'll go back in the community in another way. But I do think Mr. Stevenson needs to really work on how he's going to get a hold of his emotions and be in control of them instead of having others trigger them for him. So I haven't denied that he was on probation when he submitted his current offense. But I haven't denied for the nature and the poor institutions adjustment and inadequate evidence of offended change.
So Mr. Stevenson is end of sentence in 8 months. I really would want to see him finish his high school diploma before he goes out. I think when life gets busy, those kind of things fall away. And it really is the foundation on which he can build the rest of his life. So I'd be willing to offset him to the end of October, which would give him 4 months of discretionary parole supervision before he begins probation. And during that period, he would need to take domestic violence. What are your thoughts, Mr. Zarkov?
So would that be contingent on finishing school, or it's just an October date?
It would be the October date with the assumption that he's going to do what's in his best interest.
Yeah.
The only thing that would change it would be, I guess, getting a DR.
I would support that, presentation was not great today. I'm certain the DR is very concerning. Do take his age into account. And he's doing some good things. I mean, he's almost done with school in September. I would give him an opportunity to finish school, come out, have some time with parole before he goes to probation.
I'm going to take a recess. So I'm going to make motion that we pause the hearing, check out a few things. Okay.
Thank you. We are now back on record.
So, Mr. Stevenson, based on the nature of the DR that you got after completing the program, and the fact that that you're still in school and need the additional time, I'm going to vote to deny you discretionary parole release, meaning you'll go out end of sentence to your 4 years of probation and your 5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry. Mr. Zarkoff, what's your vote?
Going to be a denial also. But I'll say it again, I don't want him to be discouraged. He can finish school, come out from this, and have a life. So, for us, it's just tough with his record and very recent PR, so I'm going to be a denial.
It's what the judge said, sir. You found your way to very serious charges. You have your whole future ahead of you, and you need to make better choices for yourself. And so in the matter of Ramesh Stevenson, inmate number 450999, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of your offense committed while on probation, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, Mr. Stevenson, we weren't able to grant you discretionary parole. We hope you'll finish your high school diploma and prepare yourself doing some employment outreach before your end of sentence. We wish you much success.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Ramesh Stevenson, inmate number 450999. Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, could you ask the CO to come and unmute you now? Officer, we just need you to unmute the microphone.
Can you hear now?
Yes, thank you.
You were sitting here the whole time. You're sitting here the whole time with me then? No, that it had somebody going for me. Oh, so that's what was happening? I got you. I see that. Good.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Saunders. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chance,
Good morning, Alex Tucker.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jeremiah Michael Brown, 00439-130.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Jeremiah Brown, inmate number 439130. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years jail, execution suspended after 5 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for burglary first, deadly weapon, and unlawful restraint first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has
I I think you have, I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong person.
Are you Mr. Brown?
Yeah,
Okay,
So give the right-
everything she said is accurate.
okay,
Let us finish and then we can talk about it.
okay.
There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has not completed any programming. However, he is currently participating in Voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Brown, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So I believe I should be granted parole because I've always been working. I've always been into programs. I've always wanted to be a part of a group. Always wanted to be part of a team. And I've always like I've taken auto body, I've taken automotive, I've taken graphic design, at Manson Youth. I've been taking advantage of programs here, the voices, the programming, and what else? Actually, I have a job. It's barbering.
Okay. Is there more you want us to know, sir?
That no matter what life faces, I'm very tenacious. Like this, right now, this is a struggle for me, and I hope that I can overcome it. I hope that I hope my society, my community welcomes me back. I think that's it.
Okay. So what will happen this morning, Mr. Brown, is that we'll take turns asking questions. And those questions come from the documents that we were able to review in preparation for today. That included your interview with the parole officer. And then after we're done asking the questions, we will discuss your case and make a decision. So I'll begin with the questions today. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I think you are doing a good job so far, Mr. Brown, during this hearing. I know it can be very stressful. So we're off to a good start, I think. When you say you hope your community will welcome you back, tell me what that looks like to you.
So it looks like with programming, like mental health programming, like substance abuse. Like what I did was I noticed a sign in my facility about Narcan, and the big thing is when you come back into the community, you're surrounded by so many things, especially in the halfway house. Like there's drugs, there's alcohol, there's nicotine, there's all kinds of substances, and Narcan would help with that. I don't know the percentage or anything like that, but if either it was me if it was me using or whatever, and or I had to save a life, I would need Narcan.
Depending on what the condition was of the person and what they've been using, but you don't use the kind of drugs that Narcan applies to, right? Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay. That's a good thing, sir.
Yeah.
So where would you be interested in getting mental health services? Where have you gone in the past?
I've actually been to therapy at Covenant Families with Marcel Slowly. I'm DCF involved. I've done all kinds of things at the Capitol building. I was a part of the YAB meetings, at the DCF building in Bridgeport.
What are those meetings?
The YAB meetings with, work to learn.
Okay, and those are for youth?
Yeah, it's for youth.
Are you a DMIS client as well?
Well, I aged out of DCF, so now I would be with Demas. So
Terrific.
all I have to
I don't
do
want
is
you to tell me too many details because this is live streaming and I want you to have your privacy. But I'm glad that you know the state agencies that can provide you some supports.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
That's great. That you're already connected is really helpful. It's a good
Yeah.
way to step out into the community, that you know how to access the services that are available to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you do have a drug and alcohol score of a 3, so it's moderate, but you haven't taken any addiction services programs, or have you done any of that work through mental health?
I've done a little bit of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Okay. When was that?
This was 2 years ago.
Okay. But nothing during this incarceration, right?
This is my first and last incarceration.
I do hope so, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were participating in AA out in the community. Did you find it helpful?
No, it was in here. It was in here.
Oh, okay.
They offer AA in this facility.
But you're not going anymore?
Well, I just didn't. It wasn't for me
How come? Tell me about that.
because I'm not much of an alcoholic. I'm more of a smoker. Like I have my medical marijuana card, and I don't know I don't know much about medical marijuana. I just know it's my medicine.
But you did tell Officer Saunders when you were interviewed that you had an issue with alcohol. You were drinking to the point of getting drunk.
It wasn't too drunk, but
Not sure we can really do degrees of drunk.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's social drinking and then there's drinking to get drunk, which is problematic, right? You're trying to alter your mental state, your physical state. You're not taking care of yourself.
Well, it was all controlled in a safe environment. I wasn't drinking and driving, so
But it was a regular thing for you, right?
whenever I could get my hands on alcohol, I would drink. If somebody had it, and we were talking, it was a holiday, it was Christmas, then I would drink.
Where are you with mixing alcohol with mental health medication?
So in the community, I wasn't taking, I wasn't on any medication. Besides, I used to take Zoloft. It's antidepressants, SRI.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, Mr. Brown, that the hearing is streaming, so I want your privacy to be protected. If you want to talk about specifics, we can go into executive session and do that privately.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so, but you know, I wasn't meaning specifically when you were last in the community, but your position about drinking when you're on mental health medication. Is that a good idea?
No, it's not.
Yeah. It can cause all kinds of problems. because then the medication doesn't get to do what it's supposed to do.
You're right.
Yeah. And sometimes it can make the sensation of drinking more intense. And then you even have less control over yourself. And lack of control leads to lots of problems, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So the situation that brought you here before us today, the burglary and the unlawful restraint, what do you remember about that?
So I don't actually remember my crime.
Have you read the details of the police report?
I do. I don't remember my crime because I was insane. I had to go to lighting forensic.
Do you believe that you were responsible for the things that happened?
I believe that I can be held responsible because I was insane. I just believe that whatever happened to the victims was wrong and it shouldn't have happened.
Okay.
And
So there's a difference, Mr. Brown, between not remembering and not believing that you did it. So I get that you don't remember, but do you also deny that you committed these crimes?
So
That's a yes or no.
I don't deny that I committed these crimes.
Okay. All right. So that's the place we get to start. So, you know, these are very serious offenses. The victim was very negatively impacted. And you had a weapon. So, why do you think this happened?
Because I smoked some bad marijuana. It was laced with PCP.
Has that happened to you before?
It's never happened to me before. I bought some
Okay.
bad marijuana from a friend, and he said it was good stuff. Because I never bought it from the dispensary. I used to go to the dispensary, but now I know never to buy from a friend like that again because it could be laced.
Mm-hmm. So, just to clarify that I understand, you had a medical marijuana card. You go to the dispensary, you didn't buy from the dispensary, you bought off the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
So
can
what was the benefit of having the card? In case you got stopped in possession?
So the benefit of having a medical marijuana card is that you have access to all different kinds of medicine, all different kinds of amenities that you wouldn't normally have access to if you go to a shady dealer.
Right, but you had the card, but you were still going to the shady dealer. So I just want to, what's your plan regarding a medical marijuana card when you're out in the community?
So, I would use it more often. The only problem is that the friend convinced me that because I just started going to the dispensary. I just got my card, and he said that the dispensary was giving bad marijuana. It had like fungi or whatever. That's what he was saying. So it was my first time. I was so influenced by him. He was
Mr. Brown, why do you think he told you that?
To make money off me.
Yeah. Not really a friend, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Giving you bad advice and then selling you stuff that was laced. So I hope that you have learned from that that's not the way to go.
And isn't medical marijuana in Connecticut it's just becoming like legalized? Everybody's like talking about it. Everybody's starting to use.
it's an industry, it's established, there are retail providers that are licensed through the states, so, you know, it's regulated. You're not gonna get, you know, questionable product with for medicinal purposes, at least. So, I read that you don't have any supports in the community.
Yeah, I don't have any supports. So
Is
right
your
now,
mom still in Bridgeport?
I don't talk to her.
Okay. So you're gonna go out to a halfway house. And are you going to look for work?
Yeah, I actually, what I do for work is I iron work. I local 424 and 15. I iron work.
Well, you have a lot of skills now. You've got auto body skills.
Yeah, and
You've got barbering skills.
yeah, that's my job currently. But they would help me to iron work because you have to be mechanically inclined for all these different tasks. Like say you're doing landscaping and you need to draw, there's a blueprint. There's maybe a lawnmower to fix. Say the lawnmower is like the engine of a car. Say the lawnmower breaks down. You have to learn how to take all the gasoline out or shut down the lawnmower safely so the motor doesn't turn on and spin the rotor and hurt you. You have to learn how to, what else? I don't know much about landscaping, but you have to plant the flowers. You have to do the mulch.
So your plan is to get a job in the field of landscaping or in ironwork?
Ironworking is everything. Like, so it's you put up steel beams.
Yes, I'm familiar with the jobs that iron workers do, but I'm wondering where's your focus?
I don't understand the question.
What do you want to do? What's your goal?
My goal is to become a journeyman and start my own construction company.
Okay. So if we were to grant you today, I would want you to be restricted from drinking alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a problem for you?
It's not a problem.
Okay. You know, sometimes when you participate in the recovery community, like CCAR, do you know about CCAR?
No, I don't. What is CCAR?
It's an addiction recovery community here in Connecticut. It's all over the state. CCAR. Do you have a tablet, sir?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Okay, it's a button on the tablet. You connect with a recovery coach, somebody that can support you in living clean and sober in the community. So you know,
It's like a sober house.
No, it's just a support person in the community, somebody to talk to.
Is it confidential?
Yeah. But the idea, Mr. Brown, is for you to build a support system for yourself to live clean and sober with other people who are living clean and sober. So whether it's AA in meetings or in CCAR, those are some of the ways to build a network of people living clean and sober. Well, thanks for talking with me, Mr. Brown. I'm going to give my colleagues an opportunity.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Zarkov?
Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
How's the Voices program going?
It's interesting. I'm not really allowed to talk about what goes on in the Voices program because it's all confidential. People have their own experience. It's very emotional. It's very intense. It talks a lot about anger management skills. And it's all about accountability.
Are you learning anything that would be useful to you?
Yeah, so we watched the video, and it was about I think it was a movie, and it was about domestic violence, right? It was a lot of domestic violence. Talked about a bunch of different stuff that pertained to me growing up, and what was going on with the people in my life. And what they were doing to prevent that. I don't really remember what happened. I just remember that it was domestic violence.
Okay.
So
are you learning
what-
about the impact of various types of crimes, victims?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. How do you make sure that you don't commit another offense in the future, especially violent offense? What do you need to do?
So don't be under the influence of any narcotics or any what else? Any there's stimulants, there's depressants, and then there's opioids. So don't be under the influence of any of those, because it messes with your mind. It messes with your mind.
Right. You can black out again, potentially, right? Commit another offense like this.
Yeah, I think, I don't know a percentage, but a lot of crimes committed are because they are under the influence of something.
Okay.
A
What
drug,
else?
a drug.
That's one thing you can do, is stay away from substances, right? Stay away from alcohol. What else?
Don't have a weapon.
Okay.
Don't, because if you have a weapon, you're going to use it.
Right. Anything else?
What else? I'm not sure.
Mental health treatment, medication.
Oh yeah, the medication. Yeah.
Choose your friends carefully.
So you're in the Voices program. Are you doing anything else in the facility right now?
Besides barbering,
But you're
no.
working as a barber, right?
Yeah, working as a barber.
Yep.
Because
When did you start that?
I started it like, I think last month.
Last month?
Yeah, yes, sir.
In June or May? You remember?
In June.
Is there anything else you think you need? Any kind of program to be successful?
Yes, I think she told me about CAR. So it's gonna be Demas, CAR, AA, and maybe NA.
Well, let me ask you this. If you're released, you go to a halfway house, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you think you're going to do there?
How am I going to get there?
No, how do you think you're going to do at a halfway house? There's going to be a lot of rules. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be a lot of people around you. How are you going to handle that?
Well, I'm not going to be involved with any gambling, any drug paraphernalia. It's just going to be work in the halfway house. That's it. I'm going to be in and out the halfway house when I'm supposed to be at designated hours. I think I'm supposed to be on an ankle bracelet.
Yeah.
What else?
There's gonna be a lot of rules. What happens if you break a rule?
Then that would be terrible. They're gonna send me back to prison. And then I wouldn't want that to happen. But if the rules are clearly explained to me, then I'll follow every one of them.
You do have some disciplinary reports. You know, if you get in a fight at a halfway house, you'll be right back here.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that if you had a fight at a halfway house, they'll be breaking the rule?
I thought you go back. I thought you just go back to prison. Or
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what would happen. If you break
oh,
rules
okay.
On supervision, you could come back to prison very quickly. Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I think that's all I have. Sure.
Sure. Chance.
I have maybe one or two questions to Ms. Brown. While you were in the community, it's a yes or no question. Were you taking your mental health meds?
No.
Okay. That's all.
So, Mr. Brown, give us just a few minutes to talk about your case. And
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
get back to you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to call
No,
this?
just sit and listen.
Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Brown is here on some pretty serious charges. Basically, he forced entry into an apartment with a knife. He was found hiding in the shower. He does not deny the crime, but he does not recall it. He did express, when interviewed by the parole officer, some sympathy for the victims traumatized in this situation. He seems to lay some responsibility on being under the influence of marijuana that was laced, according to him. During this first period of incarceration, he's accumulated 4 disciplinary reports, 2 of which were for fighting, and those were the 2 most recent. He also had an intox ticket involving fentanyl and his cellmate. He is engaged in mental health services, taking care of those needs. He's participated in some vocational education and has had a job a month now. And he's currently in the Voices program. It does concern me that he doesn't have other programs completed, given I'm not sure he really understands his issues with alcohol and medical marijuana, which he should probably be addressing those issues through his mental health services. He is connected to Venus and has some goals in mind for himself when he's back in the community. We're talking about less than 6 months of discretionary parole supervision before he begins 5 years of probation. Concerned about his lack of supports in the community, and believe that parole can be an important transition as he connects with service providers and begins life in a halfway house with a job search. So I think the 6 months would be best utilized in the community under discretionary parole supervision to get him in a position to address his ongoing needs. I would include a condition of anger management due to the fighting tickets that he's had, this incarceration. Mr. Zarkoff, your thoughts?
I agree with your summary, Madam Chair. There are some things to be concerned about here. I think you can really use the mental health treatment in the community. You can use the heightened level supervision by parole. Like you said, it's not a huge difference between his EOS 85% and his parole eligibility. I'm sorry, and EOS. I would support his discretionary parole today. Give him a head start on parole before moving on to probation.
Ms. Chance?
So, Mr. Brown, at the time when he committed the offense, first of all, he has a high school diploma. He completed a welding program at Lincoln Tech. He was unemployed when he committed this offense because he was laid off from the iron workers local union that he was part of. And while in the community, he was not taking his meds, smoking marijuana. Unfortunately, instead of going to buy it at the appropriate place, he brought it from someone else and said it was laced with fentanyl. So he's incarcerated, and Garner does not have programs, but they have AA meetings there, which Mr. Brown had the opportunity to participate in. He does struggle with knowing whether he has a problem with alcohol or not. But based on the information that I read in the official document, he has had a problem with alcohol. And as we, Madam Chair, had addressed it with him, that there were times when he was drinking until he became drunk. Anyway, he also indicated that he committed this current offense because his marijuana was laced with fentanyl.
Actually, it was PCP.
Okay, but that's what I read. Okay.
So the marijuana
Mr.
that,
Brown, Mr. Brown, could you just sit and listen? Let us talk.
yes, ma'am.
I think Mr. Brown has a good understanding of why he should not use drugs and alcohol. And I think he knows that it's important for him to take his mental health medication. I am concerned about the fighting tickets and the intox ticket, which I know happened a year ago. But most concerning for me is that he had an opportunity to attend AA meetings, considering that there are no programs there, and he did not take it. For me, I am not in favor of discretionary parole today for Mr. Brown. I think he needs to work with the mental health people and really come up with a relapse prevention plan to include not just where he's going, but to address his mental health and substance abuse at the same time. So.
Okay. All right, so this will be a majority decision. I have halfway house, no alcohol, mental health treatment and medication compliance, and anger management. Anything to add?
Sorry.
Anything to add, Ms. Chance? Okay, so in the matter of Jeremiah Brown, inmate number 439130, Mr. Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
we're ready. So in the matter of Jeremiah Brown, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of July 2nd, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You are not to consume any alcohol, halfway house placement, mental health treatment and medication compliance, and a behavior management program for anger management. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so Mr. Brown, you'll go out to the community, connect with services, work with your parole officer, and we wish you much success.
All right, thank you so much.
Hearing Jeremiah Brown, inmate number 439130. You're all set. Thank you very much.
Have a great day. It's been a pleasure.
Mr. Hernandez, could you ask the CO to come in and unmute the equipment, please? Thank you, officer.
Have a good one.
Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today's Thursday, the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record do certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearings.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chan.
Good morning, Alex Sarcox.
Good morning.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Miguel Hernandez, 225411.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. And let the record further reflect that we do have Parole Officer Sprague, who's in attendance today, strictly for training purposes and observation, and has no input or weighing in. It's not weighing in for today's proceedings. Okay, so this hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Mr. Miguel A. Hernandez, inmate number 225411. He's serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, suspended after 42 months, followed by 3 years probation for the charge of criminal possession of firearm, ammo, defense weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of the 12th of August, 2026. This is at 50% eligibility. There's no victim input in this case. No signed OAP was recovered from the DOC master file for this offender. He has been actively participating in the medicated assisted treatment program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. All right, Mr. Hernandez, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I believe I should be, you guys are, I can't see you, but if you want me to just continue talking.
Yes, please.
Can't.
Okay, I believe I should be granted parole because quite frankly, I've learned my lesson. I'm old now. I've learned my lesson. I've done every program available. I know what I have to do when I get out there. I'm going to be getting married. My kids are grown. I have grandchildren. I just can't do this no more.
So those are a lot of reasons why you want parole, Mr. Hernandez. Is there anything you want to tell us by way of you being appropriate
I
or
would never
deserving?
carry another gun. I would never have a gun again in my life. No weapons for me ever again.
Okay, well, this wasn't your first weapons charge,
Nope.
so, we're gonna ask you some questions and make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish your sentence out in the community on discretionary parole before you begin 3 years of probation, and we'll begin the questions with my colleague, Mr. Zarpa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning.
So you have quite a criminal history. Have you been able to figure out why you keep coming back to prison?
Yes, I have. You know, where I was living at, just not taking my medication, not doing the things that I was supposed to do.
So you're on probation for assault in the second degree. Very serious offense. Why did you make the choice to be around all those guns?
I was getting rid of them. I was getting rid of them, and somebody called the police.
So the 2 rifles, you buried them for whatever reason?
No, I didn't bury them. I was getting rid of them. That was the trash. They were getting thrown into the trash.
Okay. And then there was another firearm that was located in the backpack?
Yep. Also in the trash.
Also trash.
Yep.
And you were also selling drugs at the time?
No.
Well, the police found drugs in your backpack.
No, it was mental health medication along with some Suboxone and some other stuff.
Fentanyl?
I don't believe there was any fentanyl on it. I'm not sure if it was. I don't believe so.
Were you working at the time?
I was working. I was working part-time at the time.
You weren't doing very well on probation at the time, right?
I was
How's
doing
that?
okay. I was doing okay on probation.
According to my records, you weren't showing up. You were testing positive for cocaine and fentanyl quite a number of times. There was some
I
arrests
tested-
there for driving with a suspended license, right?
Correct.
So how was that doing well on probation?
Because I went to a program afterwards, and I was doing okay.
Okay.
The probation officer had me go into a program. I went into a program,
What program was that?
a community health center program.
And what were you doing there?
I was on medication, getting evaluated on the new medication that I was on, taking drug urinalysis, cleaning up my urine, just straightening out my act.
You have a DOC alcohol and drug score of 5. What do you think that is?
Pass,
Sorry?
pass, arrest.
You said past the arrest?
Yep. And my involvement in using drugs.
Okay. Do you think you have an issue with substances or alcohol?
Excuse me?
Do you think you have an issue with substances or alcohol?
Correct.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what have you been doing to address those issues?
NAAA, and I'm in a methadone program.
You go to an A right now?
Yes,
When did you start?
I've been going to AA for a couple of years now. On and off.
What days do you go to? When is the group?
I haven't gone in a while. I haven't gone in a few months, but I was going like to Tuesdays.
When was the last time you went?
It's been about 3-4 months. I got into some trouble down there with another inmate, and I didn't want the problem. I didn't want to get a fighting ticket or anything, so I stopped moving.
Okay, how else are you addressing your drug issues since you're not going to an A?
I just don't, people placing things. I'm just tired of the BS. I just don't go around people anymore. I just stay to myself and stay away from the crowds that are doing the drugs. And I've been sober, clean and sober. I've been doing pretty good.
What can you tell us about your disciplinary reports?
I got some disciplinary reports in Osborne, and it was I got the disciplinary reports. What would you like me to tell you? Respectfully.
Well, why did you get them?
Drugs.
Okay, so that was when?
Excuse me?
When did you get a disciplinary report for drugs?
Some months back. Not sure quite sure the days, but it was some months back.
This year, right?
Yeah, I got one for gonna do drugs. I got caught before I actually could do the drugs.
So you can't say you're clean and sober if you're doing drugs at the facility, right?
I didn't get a chance to do the drugs, but I was gonna try it.
Is there a program that you think would be useful to you?
Well, me going to see my doctor, me taking my medication, me taking methadone, so that way I don't have the urges to do any drugs, and staying away from everything. Same programs that I was just in. Getting checked once a week for getting my urine checked, and going to AA, NAs, in whatever programs they want in the community, given a chance to go back to the community.
How do you think you've changed from this incarceration?
I've lost family members. I'm 52 years of age now. I'm just at a point in my life where I'm just tired. Health is not the same. Just not the same anymore.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
There's chance.
So, Mr. Hernandez,
Good morning, Ms. Chance.
you've had an extensive criminal history. And
Correct.
in your opening statement today, you said you should be granted parole because you've learned your lesson.
Yes.
So, what have you learned about yourself this incarceration?
Just I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be here for the rest of my life. I've been here for the first half of my life. I don't want this to be my life legacy, being in prison.
But what have you learned?
I've learned a million things. I've learned I've learned lessons that I need to be learned. I don't want to be incarcerated. I've learned,
Okay,
my
so
turning
you
points.
learned that you don't want to be incarcerated.
I've learned things to do so that way I won't, get into trouble with drugs and stuff like that. Just I've learned my triggers. I've learned the things that I should do so that way I won't end up back here.
Okay, so what would you do differently?
Stay away from a lot of people that I was around before. That's number one. Number two, just work and go home and just appreciate what I have, like a real bed, a house, a wife, my kids, and just stop. Yeah, I don't want to run the streets anymore. I don't want to run the streets anymore.
So a couple of clarification. You said you're 52, but I thought you were 51.
51, gonna be 52. Correct.
Next year.
Feel like I'm 60.
Well, having gone through what you've gone through.
I just got shot in the head, Ms. Chance. I just got shot in the head 6 times. I just got shot in the head. I've learned a lot. That's, that was the whole gun issue. Just paranoia that somebody's gonna shoot me again. I was a victim of a violent crime, but I'm out of Hartford. I'm not going back to Hartford.
Well, so I'm looking at, where you are now, and you are in the MAD program.
Correct.
And they have groups and they have meetings. Do you go to any?
Absolutely, every single one.
Every single one of what?
Every single meeting, every single group.
How often do you go?
Twice a month. Twice a month.
You go to groups?
Yes, ma'am. The first Tuesday of the second week and the last Tuesday of the month.
And what do you do in the group? What do you do in the group? What do you do in the group?
We discuss our triggers, what avenues to take so that we don't relapse. Talk about the things that made us relapse to begin with and what we should do to prevent ourselves from relapsing again. I've learned a lot of things that I didn't know before.
Okay, so what changes do you think have occurred since your current offense to make you believe that you would do differently? That you would do things differently?
I've rekindled a lot of old relationships with family and friends, and I now have a support system that I didn't have prior to come to my incarceration. I now have a support system, and I put some goals in front of me, and like I've been attending these meetings, and now I have the tools that I need to stop using drugs.
Okay. Do they have programs at the facility that you're at?
They do have programs at this facility, correct?
So you are on the list for addiction services.
I go to addiction services, and I've been trying to get into every single program. They keep telling me that, I'm on the list. That I've been trying to get into any and all programs. At my last incarceration, I did every single program. They keep telling me that.
Yeah, but that's at your last incarceration.
Correct.
We're talking about this one.
Correct.
So the problem is, Mr. Hernandez, when you get DRs, they delay the position on the list for the programs. You know that?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't know that, but now I do.
Right. So you got a DR in January of this year, the latter part of January, and then you got 2 of them in February. So do you understand that's why you keep getting delayed for getting into programs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you have a serious addiction to drugs and alcohol.
Not alcohol, drugs.
Don't say not alcohol, because didn't you get some DUIs in another state?
Yeah, but I don't drink. I haven't drank in years.
And didn't you get 2 of them in Connecticut?
Yes, years ago. I haven't drunk in it. I haven't drinking alcohol in years.
Okay. So, my concern today, Mr. Hernandez, is that I need you to do some programs with that drugstore of 5. And I know you did say you rekindled your relationship with your support system and that you are in the math program and you are going to groups. But I'm looking at what you shared with the parole officer as your release plan. You know, you're going to your previous place of employment. You're going to your sponsor, who's your fiance. I know you mentioned wife earlier. You said you have support of your fiance, your kids, and your extended family, but you don't have a relapse prevention plan, and that's concerning for me. Okay, so I do hope that eventually you will come up with one, because I think it's important for you to have one.
Well, I just assumed that my relapse prevention program was, if they give you parole makes you, they make you go to these programs.
Mr. Hernandez, the fact that you're saying they make you, if you didn't have a problem, an addiction services problem, parole, discretionary or special parole would not require you to go, or even probation.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
it is because you have a problem with drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have to come up with a plan that's going to work for you and that will fit in when you eventually go out.
Yeah, stay on the methadone program, and stay away from everything.
Yeah, but methadone program, you know, you have to have more than a methadone program. Okay?
And AA, family, I don't understand. I don't understand.
I think it has to have several components, Mr. Hernandez. And if by now you don't know what they are, you have some serious issues.
I know what works for me, Miss Chance, and what works for me is staying away from the people who
And
always.
you think methadone works for you? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, well, thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Here, I'll say.
Mr. Hernandez, have you ever worked with a sponsor in AA?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked the 12 steps?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when you get to step 12?
I'm not. You gotta have to refresh what I do when I get to step 12.
You don't know? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, you start all over again.
Start all over.
Because it's a commitment to living every day clean and sober.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
the steps are the tools to help you do that. What was the hardest step when you worked the 12 steps for you?
Did you have a problem?
That's step 1.
Yeah, man, did you have a problem? I was in denial. I'm not in denial any longer.
Okay. Well, that's it for the questions, Mr. Hernandez. So if you could sit quietly and not interrupt us, we're going to discuss your case.
Sure. Mr. Hernandez has extensive criminal history. He rates very high for risk of recidivism, and he's here on a very concerning offense that he committed while on probation for assault in the second degree. During his incarceration, he received several disciplinary reports. He is in a medicated assistant treatment program, and he hasn't done any other programs. He says he doesn't want to be in prison anymore and he's done with it. I believe him. I think he doesn't want to be there anymore. What I'm not really hearing is a roadmap to get there, to make sure he's successful in the community. His history and his DOC drug score of 5, I would not be able to support his discretionary parole today. I would be willing to discuss it right here. But certainly denial for today.
Ms. Chance?
So, I agree with all of that Mr. Sarkis has said. I do have him denied, but I do not have a rehear date for Mr. Hernandez.
I am also a denial and I do not have a rehear date. I think what concerns me the most in his situation is this is his third conviction, weapon related. And the story has changed multiple times. Now he's telling us that burying the guns under the leaves was putting it in the trash. He told the parole officer he was going to sell them. And he also blamed his son for having the guns in the backpack. So it's concerning that he hasn't fully taken responsibility for this offense. So I have criminal history, offense on probation, inadequate program participation, and poor institutional adjustment.
Correct.
Okay, good with that. All right, so in the matter of Miguel Angel Hernandez, inmate number 225411, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your current offense being committed while you were on probation, your inadequate program participation, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Parole is denied.
Thank you, board members. This concludes the parole hearing for Mr. Miguel A. Hernandez, 225411. Thanks and good luck, Mr. Hernandez.
It's my honest.
Yeah, so, so the recording though. All right, so, thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Irving T. Adams to 30318. And that's a good thing to always pay attention to, that muting and unmuting. So I did that for training purposes. A perfect example. Purely intentional, Sprague, I promise. Okay, good morning. I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Dacon Alston, inmate number 387181. Board members, please identify yourselves for the record.
Nancy Turner.
Joy Chance.
Alex Sarkoff.
Thank you, board members. Let the record also reflect that we do have an attendance today purely for observational and training purposes, Parole Officer Sprague. Mr. Alston's case is being reviewed for eligibility designation today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Alston is currently serving a total effective sentence of 4 years concurrent for 2 counts violation. Underlying offenses being 2 counts robbery, first degree dangerous instrument. Mr. Alston is also serving 3 years concurrent for this larceny 3rd degree charge. It bears special noting that under the same related docket, Mr. Alston additionally incurred a charge of receipt from illegal use credit card, noticeably resulting in an unconditional discharge disposition. The panel will now deliberate and make their final decision.
So in the matter of Mr. Alston, the reference that was just made, he used an app to buy a credit card so he could charge a 30-night stay in the hotel due to homelessness. There's been continued violence with an arrest for assault second, reckless endangerment and evading, which were domestic in nature. It was all caught on video. The victim ended up with injuries requiring a 5-day hospital stay. It was a concerning situation. I see continued violence and believe Mr. Alston should be designated at 85%. Mr. Zarkov?
I agree.
I agree. Okay, so in the matter of Daquan Alston, there is a motion, inmate number 387181, there is a motion to designate him as 85%. He would have to complete that amount of his sentence before being eligible for discretionary parole supervision. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, this concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Dacon Alston, 387181. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Adolfo Bruno, inmate number 426418. Board members, please identify yourselves for the record.
Nancy Turner.
Joy Chance.
Alex Sarkoff.
Great, thank you, board members. And we also have an attendance today for training purposes, observation, purely training, parole officer Sprague. And Mr. Bruno's case, it's being reviewed today for eligibility designation in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Bruno is currently serving a total effective sentence of 3 years concurrent for a violation of probation. Underlying offense being a conspiracy to commit robbery 3rd degree. Mr. Bruno is also serving 4 years, followed by 6 years special parole for criminal possession on firearm ammo defense weapon charge. Mr. Bruno is lastly serving 4 years concurrent for possession with intent to sell dispense narcotic charge. In his case, it bears special noting that under an unrelated docket, Mr. Bruno additionally incurred charges of illegal discharge of firearm and threatening 2nd-degree physical threat charges, both noticeably resulting in unconditional discharge dispositions. The board members will now make their final decision regarding this case.
Mr. Zarkov.
Madam Chair. Mr. Bruno violated his probation after an incident where he admitted to discharging a weapon in what appeared to be a road rage incident. He was arrested on a number of weapon-related charges there, some more vehicle offenses too. Based on this, I do think there's a continued threat of violence to the community, and I believe it warrants an 85% eligibility designation.
Ms. Chance? I agree. As do I. In the matter of Adolfo Bruno, inmate number 426418, there's a motion to designate Mr. Bruno at 85%. At that point, he would become eligible for discretionary consideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Adolfo Bruno, 426418. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today's the 2nd of July, 2026. This is an eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Matthew L. Collazo, inmate number 425656. Board members, please identify yourself for the record.
Nancy Turner?
Joy Chance.
Alex Starkov.
Thank you, board members. Let the record further reflect that we do have an attendance purely for training purposes of Parole Officer Sprague. And Mr. Collazo's case is being reviewed today for eligibility designation in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Collazo is currently serving a total effective sentence of 3 years concurrent for a violation of probation. Underlying offense being an assault second degree, serious physical injury with weapon charge. Mr. Collazo is also serving 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years concurrent, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts violation of protective order, threat, harass, assault. Mr. Collazo additionally finds himself serving 11 months concurrent for 2 counts assault third degree and also a cruelty to animals charge. The panel will now deliberate and make the final decision.
Ms. Chance?
So in reviewing Mr. Collazo's criminal history and his current violation of protective order, which were 2 counts, and then his current charges of 2 counts of assault third and cruelty to animals, he continues to display violent behavior. The assault third, they were family violence. And so I have Mr. Collazo serving 85%.
Mr. Sarko?
I do too.
It bears noting that in anger, he caused injuries to an 8-month-old dog that will be with that animal forever. So very sad, but I do see the continuation of the reckless behavior that he demonstrated with the motor vehicle while he's been on supervision. So in the matter of Matthew Collazo, inmate number 425656, there is a motion to designate his eligibility at 85%. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Matthew L. Collazo, inmate number 425656. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Gabriel Ortiz, inmate number 430798. Board members, please identify yourselves for the record.
Nancy Turner?
Joy Chance.
Alex Starkov.
Thank you, board members. Let the record further reflect that we do have an attendance purely for training and observational purposes of Parole Officer Sprague. Mr. Ortiz, his case is being reviewed for eligibility designation today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Ortiz is currently serving a total effective sentence of 2 years and a day. This for a violation of probation, underlying offense being a robbery second degree weapon dangerous instrument offense. The panel will now deliberate and make the final decision regarding this case.
So Mr. Ortiz has had a disappointing performance on probation that began in March of 2022. He's had driving on a suspended license, a mental health crisis resulting in a breach of peace and criminal mischief, That was the first violation of probation. He's had since then another breach of peace and some other charges involving assault and strangulation that were nolly. While his performance has been disappointing, I have Mr. Ortiz designated at 50%. Mr. Zarkov.
I agree.
Ms. Chance. Okay, so in the matter of Gabriel Ortiz, inmate number 430-798, there's a motion to designate his eligibility for discretionary parole consideration at 50%. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Gabriel Ortiz, MA number 430-798. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Santiago J. Ortiz, inmate number 435204. Board members, please identify yourselves for the
Nancy
record.
Turner.
Joy Chance.
Alex Zarkov.
We do have an attendance today purely for educational, observational purposes. Parole Officer Sprague for today's proceedings. Mr. Ortiz, his case has been reviewed for eligibility designation today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Ortiz is currently serving a total effective sentence of 4 years for a violation of probation. Underlying offense being a robbery, second-degree weapon, dangerous instrument. It bears special noting that under the same related docket, Mr. Ortiz additionally incurred a charge of failure to appear first degree, noticeably resulting in an unconditional discharge disposition. The panel will now deliberate and make their final decision regarding his case.
Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you. I have Mr. Ortiz's eligibility at 50%. The violations were due to noncompliance with probation conditions, showing up to treatment, missing groups. I didn't see anything that rises to a level of violence, so I have him at 50%.
Ms. Chance.
I agree.
Okay, so in the matter of Santiago Ortiz, inmate number 435-204, there is a motion to designate his eligibility for discretionary parole consideration at 50%. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Santiago J. Ortiz, inmate number 45204. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Ramel D. Pires, inmate number 440826. Board members, please identify yourselves for the record.
Nancy Turner.
Joy Chance.
Alex Zarkov.
Thank you, board members. I'll let the record reflect that we all have an attendance today for training purposes and observation. Parole Officer Sprague. And so Mr. Pires, his case has been reviewed for eligibility designation today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Pires is currently serving a total effective sentence of 3 years concurrent for a violation of probation. Underlying offense being an assault on public safety, EMT, transit, health. Mr. Pires is also serving 3 years concurrent for another violation of probation. Underlying offense in this is being carrying a pistol without permit charge. Mr. Pires is finally serving 11 months concurrent for an interfere with officer resisting charge, along with 6 months concurrent for the charges of illegal carrying firearm under influence of drugs, alcohol, and also illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drug. The panel will now deliberate and make their final decision regarding his case.
Ms. Chance.
Yeah, so, it's the violation of probation with the underlying offense of assault on the public safety officer is at 85% charge. But the current offense is the illegal carrying of firearms and the interfering and legal operating under the influence. I had him serving 50%.
I have him designated at 85. He's now a serious firearm offender. He's continued to possess firearms illegally, and now he's doing so under the influence. I think it's a high risk to public safety and a serious violation of his probation. Mr. Zarkoff.
Thank you. I thought this was a close call, but I do have him eligible at 50%.
Okay. So in the matter of Ramel Pyers, inmate number 440826, there is a motion to designate his eligibility for discretionary parole consideration at 50%. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So Mr. Pyers is to be designated at 50% by majority. And if you would cite continued gun possession now under the influence posing a high risk to public safety as my reasons, I mean.
That's for your purposes, correct?
Written decision.
So 50% majority decision, turn of dissenting. Perfect. Thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility. Let's try that again. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Ramel Pyers, inmate number 440826. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. Board members, actually, this is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Ms. Charmetri Rivera Lebrec, inmate number 310687. Board members, please identify yourselves for the record.
I believe it's 687, Officer.
Apologies, I misspoke there. 310687.
Nancy Turner.
Joy Chance.
Alex Zarkoff.
All right, thank you, board members. And also we do have an attendance today for training and observation purposes. We have Parole Officer Sprague. And so Ms. Rivera Lebrec's case is being reviewed for eligibility designation today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Ms. Rivera Lebrec is currently serving a total effective sentence of 3 years concurrent for a violation of probation, underlying offense being an attempt to commit assault on public safety, EMT transit health. Ms. Rivera Lebrec is also serving 3 years concurrent for 2 counts violation of protective order charges. The panel will now deliberate and make their final decision regarding her case.
So Ms. Rivera Lebrec was self-medicating her mental illness with crack cocaine and engaged in a threatening situation involving her neighbors. She had one of the violation of protective orders in July of 2024. Again, resisted arrest, was kicking and using vulgar language, had to be carried down the stairs. That was the degree to which she was resisting, which is quite similar to the underlying offense of assault on public safety for which she is serving. The victims in this case were family members who were opposed to her being reincarcerated. I have her designated at 50%, which is a bit inconsistent given the carryover of the behavior, but I think this is largely a mental health crisis where she needed an intervention to get clean and sober and back on her meds. So, Mr. Zarkoff?
I also have 50%.
I do. She had a habit of not taking her meds and being off of it. And I think her family or her neighbor is the one that knows exactly why. And so I think
seems to be more of a threat to herself than anybody else.
Yeah.
So in the matter of Charmetri Rivera Lebrec, inmate number 310687, I make a motion to designate her eligibility at 50%. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Ms. Charmetri Rivera Lebrec, inmate number 310687. Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today is the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Mr. Joshua Torres, inmate number 387165. Board members, please identify yourselves for the record.
Nancy Turner.
George Chance.
I'll start off.
Thank you, board members. Let the record further reflect that we do have an attendance purely for training purposes, Parole Officer Sprague. So Mr. Torres, this case is being reviewed for eligibility today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Mr. Torres is currently serving a total effective sentence of 30 months for a violation of probation. Underlying offense being an assault first degree extreme indifference to life charge. The panel will now deliberate and make their final decision regarding his case.
Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you. Mr. Torres violated his probation. He refused to go to probation and engage in anything that probation had to offer. I have his eligibility at 50%.
I do as well. So in the matter of Joshua Torres, inmate number 387165, there's a motion to set his eligibility for discretionary parole consideration at 50%. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Board members, this concludes this eligibility designation review for Mr. Joshua Torres, inmate number 387165.
I'm going to take the last one since we have an uneven distribution of 10 on the docket.
Good morning, I'm Parole Officer Vasquez. Today's the 2nd of July, 2026. This is a parole eligibility designation review being conducted for Ms. Melissa R. Zawin, inmate number 372027. Board members, please identify yourself for the record.
Nancy Turner.
George Chance.
I'll start off.
Thank you, board members. Let the record further reflect that we do have an attendance purely for training and observational purposes, Parole Officer Sprague. And so Ms. Zawin's case is being reviewed for eligibility designation today in accordance with Connecticut General Statute 54-125 lowercase a. Ms. Zawin is currently serving a total effective sentence of 5 years execution suspended after 18 months, followed by 30 months probation for a violation of probation. Underlying offense being an assault on public safety, EMT, transit, health. Ms. Zawin is also serving 1 year consecutive for failure to appear first degree charge. It bears special noting that as recent as January 28, 2026, Ms. Zawin was sentenced under an unrelated docket to serve 3 years concurrent execution suspended, followed by 3 years probation for the charges of risk of injury to child and carrying a dangerous weapon. Under another unrelated docket, Ms. Zawin had previously incurred a charge of disorderly conduct, violation, violent threat, resulting in an unconditional discharge disposition on the 5th of January, 2025. The panel will now deliberate and make their final decision regarding her case.
Okay. So in the matter of Ms. Zawin, the recent unrelated dockets referenced by the parole officer were during the period she had absconded from supervision. So I see continued instances of aggression, both at the probation officer, in treatment, and at Perception House. So I have Ms. Zawani designated at 85%. Mr. Zarkov.
I would agree.
Ms. Chance?
Absolutely agree.
Okay, so in the matter of Melissa Zawani, inmate number 372027, there is a motion to designate her eligibility for discretionary parole consideration at 85%. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, board members. This concludes this eligibility designation review for Ms. Melissa R. Zawi, minute number 372027. Let the record further reflect that this concludes the parole hearings, full discretionary parole hearings, and these eligibility designation review proceedings on this July 2nd, 2026. The time is now 11:14 in the morning.
Good morning, I'm Mary Kim, Vice Chair, today is July 2nd, 2026. Can the board members please state your names for the record?
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation review for Highsmith Travaux number 397793. I recommend a revoke with no new hearing date within the US date, which is 12/11/2026, which is approximately 9-month sanction. Does the board accept or reject this recommendation?
Any objections? No objection. I move to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Includes my name for Highsmith number 397793. Good morning, I'm here to examiner Vice Chair, today is July 2nd, 2026. Can the board members please state your names for the record?
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation review for Prince Brandon number 430521. I recommend a revoke and a referral date for 7/20/2026 with the following conditions: alcohol house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, and mental health evaluations if deemed necessary. Does the board accept or reject this recommendation?
Are there any objections? No objection. I move to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Includes my review for Prince number 430521. Good morning, I'm here to examiner Vice Chair, today is July 2nd, 2026. Can the board members please state your names for the record?
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation due for Smith Uri number 431159. I recommend a revoke and a referral date for April 12th, 2027 with the following conditions: no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with co-defendants Cameron Mathis and Eli Jordan, mental health evaluation and treatment deemed necessary, and operation of a motor vehicle. Does the board accept or reject this recommendation?
I just have a few corrections. There was a no victim stipulation originally that somehow got dropped. So I have 2 victims, JJ and NG. He's down for a robbery for 78 months, special parole for robbery first. Those are the victims, JJ and NG. And then the co-defendant's name, you have as Eli. I saw that it was Elijah, and Jordan with an E, not an A. I don't know if I did that. I don't know if I put the A. So I don't know if it says Jordan with an A, because I don't remember that. I wrote it as it was in the report. No, I'm saying, I don't, I thought that I wrote it as an A.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else? All right, are there any objections to the sanction? No. Okay, so I move to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation, adding back the condition of no contact with the victims, JJ and NG, and no contact with the co-defendants, Cameron Mathis or Elijah Jordan. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This includes my review for Smith Uri number 431159.
Are you ready?
Good morning, I'm hearing examiner Bernard. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation review for Julian Bennett, inmate number 403772. I recommend a revoke and reparole date of October 5th, 2026, which is approximately 5-month sanction with the following conditions: halfway house placement, behavioral management program, domestic violence, general no contact with NC without the PO's permission, and mental health. The board accept or reject this recommendation.
Officer Menard, hearing examiner Menard, I saw, that he also had a prior condition of anger management. Is there a reason why that was taken off?
Yeah.
It was domestic violence and anger management. I looked at the written decision for the rescission hearing.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's just too much, the domestic,
Well,
like,
there's
he's only
not a lot
got
of-
4 months left
I know.
of supervision now.
Yeah.
So-
Well,
You're correct, it is domestic violence and anger management.
yeah, but I mean, they can decide in the field which one they want, which one he can do, maybe he can do both. But- So, are there any objections otherwise?
No.
So he barely did the domestic violence. I'm gonna move that, to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation, adding back the condition of anger management and the other conditions set forth. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This includes the final revocation review for June 8th. 772. Morning, I'm hearing examiner Bernard. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Panel member Barry?
Panel member
Deborah
Rodriguez.
Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation review for Jason Jacobs, 44586. I recommend a revoke and reparole date of September 28th, 2026, which is approximately 5-month sanction with the following conditions. Halfway house, behavioral management, for anger management, no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation, no contact with children, Rashada Bostic, Erica Tajay, and Healy Speaks, contact with victim TM and MH. Does the board accept or reject this recommendation?
Are there any objections?
No objection.
All right, I move to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
This includes the final revocation review for Jason Jacobs, case number 414586. Good morning, I'm hearing examiner Bernard. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Panel member Barry?
Panel member Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation review for Bethany Morris, inmate number 407380. I recommend a revoke and reparole date of July 2nd, 2026, which is an approximately 28-month sanction with the following conditions: halfway house, behavioral management for anger management, no alcohol consumption, no mental health treatment, and no operation of a motor vehicle. Does the board accept or reject this recommendation?
Should we add a condition of, I didn't even write the name down, but, with a no contact with the victim without the parole officer's permission, because the charges are risk of injury. Yeah, child, right. So risk of injury, assault third, and reckless endangerment. So I did not write down the baby's name. I just think that she should be supervised while in her care. Well,
Well, I don't disagree with you, but I do think that DCF
That's
is
what
going to
I'm saying.
managing
He's
that.
involved in that.
I mean,
If you want, listen, if you want to add.
no, I'm, Officer Menard, hearing examiner Menard, do you have the name of the victim? I mean, there's clearly a victim, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. And I agree with both of you that DCF will be involved, but I don't want us to overlook or negate the fact that there is a victim here and we acknowledge that they're a victim.
Yeah.
I did see a first name. I don't think I saw a last name, but maybe we
I
can.
didn't, and in the reports, I'm not sure
It said
it's in there as well.
Yeah.
I think it was blacked out.
I don't think I have this here.
I just see the first name also.
Yeah,
Could we do a no contact without parole officer's permission with the
first name,
first name?
and then we
And
can
the fact
fill
that
in
it's, you know,
I mean,
and signify the relationship.
right.
I think it would make it clear at least.
Fine.
So I'm going to move to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation, adding the condition of no contact with the victim. Office Hearing Examiner Menard, what's the first name? Not the first name.
With W.
Without no contact with this victim, first initial W. We do know that the victim is this person's daughter, and we're putting the condition without the parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the final revocation review for Bethany Morris, inmate number 467. Morning, I am hearing examiner Bernard. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Panel Member Barry?
Anna Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This is a final revocation review for Kyle Tyson, inmate number 223-227. Recommend a revoke and re-parole date of July 2nd, 2026, which is approximately 3.5 month sanction with the following conditions: behavioral management, domestic violence, alcohol consumption, no contact with victim SW without the PO's permission. Does the board accept or reject this recommendation?
I do accept the recommendation. I just wanted some clarification about the no alcohol consumption condition. I don't think that it was on the original conditions. Is there something in the file? Did either of you review anything?
I thought he was under the influence of alcohol when it happened.
I didn't see that.
Or he admits to using alcohol.
I didn't see that, but that doesn't mean that. That's not the case. I just wrote that the victim said that he assaulted her, he entered in her house, they got into an argument, he asked him to leave, and he knocked the phone out of her hand and told her that he was lucky he didn't beat her behind. I think that's.
I did not write it down, but I don't see it in here. I wonder if it was something else.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know. I just know that, I mean, he does have a number of conditions, and I don't want to, the field, I guess, could use the alcohol consumption as an evaluated extension, if it's problematic, but I didn't see in it, like, even on the original conditions, it was a standard. So there was no alcohol.
I don't see him. But nothing.
Sorry for such a pain. All right, we'll just, I mean, if we need to add it back, hearing examiner Menard, then we can, but I just, if maybe the field will show us something that they need, the victim needs to be there, so, and have a case review. So I'm going to move that to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation, minus the no alcohol consumption condition. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
This concludes the final revocation review for Kyle Tyson. 22267.
Right.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. This is a case review hearing for Jose Cubas, inmate number 233612. Please state your name for the record.
Panama Berry.
Anna Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
PCS is requesting that the halfway house placement condition be added. At this time, the panel will now deliberate.
Any objections to
No
that?
objections.
Move to add the halfway house condition for the field's request. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Please the case hearing for Jose 33612. And 16 is definitely here.
16.
Thank you.
All's well.
begin with the juveniles that are on their Dershawn Shipman. Do we have Dershawn Shipman? All right, Mr. Shipman, you were here on charges of burglary of unoccupied conveyance and grand theft of a motor vehicle. The bond for each of those three charges is $5,000. Do you have the public defender on your other cases?
I'm sure.
Well, I'm going to appoint the public defender on these cases. Good luck, sir. Yeah, whatever the previous pretrial conditions are will remain. I guess that's for the other case, or the other parts of this case. Zachary Smith? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Smith, you were here on charges of domestic battery by strangulation, aggravated assault, 2 counts of aggravated assault. Your bond for each of those charges will be $5,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. If you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, you would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Public defender's previously been appointed, so it's $5,000 at each of those. Sir, do you have the public defender for your other cases?
I believe so.
All right, well, we'll make sure the public defender is appointed for these cases as well. Good luck, sir.
Yes, sir.
And then Riley Tucker. Mr. Tucker, you're on charges of burglary to a dwelling with a weapon and grand theft of a firearm. There is a warrant that was signed by the Honorable Judge Brandon Rayful indicating that you would be held no bond on the burglary to a dwelling and a $5,000 bond as to the charge of grand theft of a firearm. Do you have the public defender on your other cases?
Yes, sir.
All right, then the public defender will be appointed to these cases as well. Good luck, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, the same, whatever he's had previously will be the same. Any more juveniles?
No, sir, no more juveniles.
Then let's move to Spanish. The first Spanish I have is at Central, Miranda Carbajal. We can't see Central.
Aquí. Okay. I have the camera on. Aquí. El micrófono. Oh.
There it is. All right, now you're up there. You're not moving, but at least we can see you. Madam Interpreter, if you would please let the defendant know she is here on a charge of no valid driver's license or bond.
Okay, I think it might be working.
And to see if she needs the service of the public defender.
Señora,
Sí.
está aquí por un cargo de no tener licencia válida para conducir, fianza $250. ¿Necesita usted los servicios de defensores públicos?
¿Cómo es eso?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, do you want an attorney to represent you?
Quiero decir que si quiere usted un abogado para que la represente.
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Nombraré la oficina de defensores públicos para que la representen. Buena
I'm sorry,
suerte,
ma'am.
señora.
Additionally, there is an immigration status a detainer, so you will be held no bond for that. Good luck, ma'am.
Disculpe, señora. De hecho, usted tiene una orden de detención por parte de inmigración, así que estará detenida sin fianza debido a eso. Buena suerte.
Okay.
Okay.
Usually Chavez Barredo. Great. All right, sir, you were here on 4 counts of failure to appear for mandatory docketing pursuant to the warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Keith Spoto. You will be held no bond as to those charges. Additionally, there is an immigration detainer hold for which you will be held no bond.
Your Honor.
Yes. One moment, State. Thank you. Señor, usted está aquí por 4 cargos de incomparecencia para audiencias de presencia obligatoria según la orden de arresto de juez Keith Sporo. Será detenido sin fianza en cuanto a esos cargos. Adicionalmente, hay una detención migratoria para usted, así que estará detenido sin fianza.
Your Honor, I believe Gil Gomez is the defense attorney on that case. He was present in the courtroom earlier, but had to attend to another matter, so I just wanted to make the court aware of that. I don't know if you, it sounds like we've already handled the hearing, so I don't know if you would want to pass that until he's present, but I just wanted to let the court know that.
All right, whose court is he in?
Señor juez, el fiscal quería informarle que el abogado del acusado es Gil Gómez. Él estuvo aquí, pero tuvo que irse a otra sala. Sé que ya la audiencia se celebró, pero quería avisarle al juez por si acaso desea esperar a que el abogado regrese.
All right, thank you very much. The hearing's been held. He's being held no bond. Good luck, sir.
Muchas gracias. Se ha cumplido la audiencia. Él está detenido sin fianza. Buena suerte, señor.
Jose Mendoza Castro. Sir, you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked. Your bond on that charge is $1,000.
Señor, está aquí por un cargo de conducir con la licencia suspendida o revocada. Su fianza para eso es de $1,000.
Additionally, you are currently on probation in 25 CT 4561. That probation will be revoked. You will be held no bond and Stanton warrant will be entered. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, además, usted estaba actualmente en probatoria en caso 25 CT 4561. Esa probatoria será revocada y será detenido sin fianza por la orden de arresto que se duplica. ¿Necesita usted los servicios de defensores públicos?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Nombraré la oficina de defensores públicos para que lo representen. Buena suerte, señor.
Jose Mata or Jame Mata? Intel? Sir, you're here on charges of possession of a firearm by a violent career criminal, 2 counts of that.
El señor está aquí por cargos de tenencia de arma de fuego por delincuente con carrera de delincuente violento, 2 cargos de esa clase.
Your bond will be $10,000 as to each of those charges.
La fianza será $10,000 por cada uno de esos cargos.
Then you have charges of resisting an officer without violence, false ID given to law enforcement, and discharge of a firearm in a public place. The bond for each of those will be $1,000.
Entonces también tiene cargo de resistencia a oficial sin violencia, presentarle una identificación falsa a las autoridades y disparar un arma de fuego en un lugar público. La fianza por cada uno de esos será $1,000.
You also have a charge of tampering with physical evidence with a bond of $5,000.
También tiene un cargo de manipular pruebas físicas con una fianza de $5,000.
And charges of culpable negligence and use of a firearm under the influence of alcohol with a bond of $250 each. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
También tiene cargos de negligencia con culpabilidad y uso de una arma de fuego bajo los efectos de alcohol, con una fianza de $250 por cada cargo. ¿Necesita usted los servicios de un defensor público, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le nombraré la Defensoría Pública para que los represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Shalani Salazar. Ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Oh, excuse me. You are recommended for straight pretrial release.
Señora Salazar, usted está aquí por un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física. Pensaba que había motivo fundado, pero de hecho a usted se le recomienda que la coloquen en libertad condicional sin necesidad de pagar fianza.
What that means is if you are promised to follow all the rules of pretrial release, which will include that you not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, and have no contact with the alleged victim, and show up for all your court dates, that I can release you without you having to post a bond. Can you promise me you'll do those things?
Lo que eso quiere decir es que si usted promete seguir todas las reglas de libertad condicional que incluyen que usted no pueda tener o portar ninguna clase de arma, armas de fuego, ni pistolas, armas blancas, ni municiones, y que no tenga contacto con la presunta víctima y que comparezca en todas sus citas al tribunal, entonces yo la podría poner a usted en libertad sin necesidad de pagar fianza. ¿Me promete usted que podrá hacer todas esas cosas?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, then we'll show this going to straight pretrial release. Good luck, ma'am.
Ok, libertad condicional sin necesidad de pagar fianza, señora. Buena suerte.
Hold on, ma'am. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Disculpe, ¿necesita usted los servicios de un defensor público?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Le nombraré los defensores públicos para que la representen. Buena suerte, señora.
Manuel Zul Call, C-A-A-L. Sir, you're here as a result of a warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Stacy Kaler for failure to appear for a hearing. You are to be held no bond on that charge.
Señor, está aquí como resultado de una orden de arresto firmada por honorable juez Stacy Kaler por incomparecencia ante una audiencia. Debido a ese cargo, estará detenido sin fianza.
Additionally, there's an immigration detainer for ICE.
También tiene una orden de detención migratoria para ICE.
Your 5-day hearing on this matter will be July 8th at 8:30 a.m.
Su audiencia de los 5 días en cuanto a esta causa será el 8 de julio a las 8:30 a.m.
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, ¿necesita usted los servicios del defensor público?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le nombraré la defensoría pública para que lo represente. Buena suerte, señor.
All right, do we have anyone else who needs the service of the Spanish interpreter?
Atención, si hay alguien más que necesitará asistencia en español, levante su mano ahora. I see one in the back, Your Honor.
Okay.
This one's right here. I know, I'm just hanging out right there.
And what is the name?
¿Cómo se llama?
Robin.
¿Otra vez?
Robin.
Nombre completo, por favor.
Robin López García.
That is Robin Lopez Garcia.
All right, sir, you were here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Your bond amount will be $1,000. You will also be placed on pretrial release with the conditions that you not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 14 hours of police company by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Muy bien, señor. Está aquí acusado de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física. El monto de su fianza es $1,000. También estará bajo libertad condicional con las condiciones de que no use ni posea ninguna clase de arma, armas de fuego, pistolas, armas blancas, municiones y que no tenga contacto con la presunta víctima. Pero podrá regresar a la residencia de la víctima una vez solamente dentro de 48 horas acompañado por un oficial de la ley para recoger sus pertenencias personales. ¿Necesita usted los servicios de los defensores públicos, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le nombraré esa oficina para que lo represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Thank you to our Spanish interpreter.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a
Did
great
you
day.
need a Spanish interpreter or no?
No, I'm good.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one in the back that it tried to indicate that he needed one after he was asked twice.
Well,
Yes, no?
if he needs it, he can come back tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, what is your name, sir?
Ricardo Jimenez.
Ricardo Jimenez. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount is $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir, but I got a
All
few
right, I
questions.
will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
No, quick question.
No, sir.
Oh, no, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez, we covered your guy, but I don't remember what the name was.
Mr. Chavez. He was picked up on a capias,
Yes, Judge Spoto.
correct, Judge Spoto's capias. So, do we have a new court date in front of, can't remember which division Judge Spoto had at that time.
You would know better than that.
I don't remember.
Hold on. We'll pull it up now. Next court date is July 21st at 1 p.m.
All right. Is he still in there?
They probably already pulled him.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Counsel, what do you have today?
I have Christopher Floyd, Your Honor.
We have Christopher Floyd at South County.
Yes, sir.
All right. Nobody's moving there, so I assume either everybody's really good at staying still or the video's just not working.
I think it's the weather outside.
All right, well, he's there though, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is Christopher Floyd on the charge of domestic violence battery by strangulation with a warrant. Who signed the warrant? All right, Judge Hill signed a warrant indicating the defendant will be placed on pretrial release with the conditions that he not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. No contact with the alleged victim, staying at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Counsel, wish to be heard.
Your Honor, just to state, obviously, we know to remain, Mr. Floyd understands to remain away from the alleged victim here. The residence that this occurred at, is my understanding that the alleged victim no longer resides there. So with the understanding, Mr. Floyd can go back to his residence, but has the understanding that if the alleged victim were to return, he had to remain away from 500 feet away from him. As long as we have the ability to return home.
Yes, sir, but as long as the alleged victim isn't there.
Yeah,
then he's
right.
good.
So
All
that
right.
would be fine.
Bond amount for that case will be $10,000.
Your Honor, may I request a bond amount of $5,000 in this matter? I know that this.
Yes, sir. It's an F3, so we'll do that at $5,000.
Thank you,
Yes,
Your
sir.
Honor.
All right, good luck, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you, sir.
That's all, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
No, he can go home anyway, as long as the victim's not there. We don't give her an address, we just say, can't be where the victim is. Yeah.
South County, can you log out and log back in real quick, please? See if the camera starts.
It's still froze, Howard?
Yes, still frozen.
Because on our end, it's not showing frozen. All right, I got you.
All right, Ms. Irwin, what do you have today?
Hi, Judge. I have last name is Fables with the F-E-B-L-E-S. First name is Angeles.
I got it right here. Introduction to contraband into a correctional institution. All right, we do have a warrant authorized by Judge Ramirez, no bond until first appearance, which is what we're at today. The bond on that will be $5,000. Counsel, anything further on that?
No, Judge, that's all.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a great 4-day weekend, 3-day weekend.
I'll take 4.
Thank you.
Mr. Ligori, what brings you to court today?
Judge, I appreciate courtesy. If I could call John Barrientes, B-A-R-R-I-E-N-T-E-S. Sir, it's a domestic violence battery accusation.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Your Honor, I'm still showing him at the processing center.
well, Judge, if I may, At this point, I would not then have to contest the probable cause, although the victim did indicate that she did not want to have him prosecuted. She's called me actually this morning. I was going to ask the court to set either a straight pretrial release. It's my understanding pretrial release spoke to her. She said she's not in danger for herself or her children. And that judge respectfully, she would want to have non-violent contact with him, and asked me if I would ask the court to let him return home. I am going to be his lawyer.
All right, well, he is recommended for straight pretrial release, but he's not there right now.
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if the court could just enter an order so we don't have to do this tomorrow or whatever. I mean, I'll do what I need to do, obviously, Judge, but I don't see the need to have him brought over and held over for a day.
Well, I've never heard of an attorney being able to waive the presence of his client at first appearance, but given that he's recommended for straight pretrial release, it sounds like that's the best thing to do.
I appreciate the court's courtesy. It's probably the first time I've ever asked.
Well, what we'll do is show him going straight pretrial release with conditions that he not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, have no violent contact with the alleged victim, and show up for all court dates, which I'm sure Mr. LaGuardia will make sure he does.
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, thank you very much.
Judge, have a happy holiday to everyone in the courtroom. I appreciate your courtesy.
All right, if the bailiffs would have everyone stand up and be sworn in, please.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do out loud.
I do.
I do. All right, then you can be seated. All right, folks, you are here for first appearance. My name is Bob Grote. I'm going to be the judge for first appearance. When your name is called, come forward. I will ask you a few questions. First, I'll ask you if you need the service of the public defender. If your answer is anything other than no, we'll talk about your financial situation, determine if you qualify for the public defender. Then we will determine if there is probable cause for the charge, and if there is, then we will determine appropriate bond or release conditions. Please do not talk about the facts of your case in any way whatsoever. Everything you're saying is being recorded, so it's important that you not do that. With that, we will begin with, starting in South County, Dionisio Bonilla. Mr. Bonilla, you are here as a result of a warrant out of Hernando County for $2,000 and a warrant out of Orange County for $1,000. You'll be brought back on July 9th if one of those counties hasn't come to get you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Jackson Book.
Yes, sir.
You're on 15 counts of the same thing. State wish to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. Matthew Hendry on behalf of the state. Your Honor, at this time, the state intends to file a motion for pretrial detention, permission to approach.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if the court finds probable cause as to the new charges and finds that that motion is legally sufficient, we are asking that the defendant be held to no bond and for him to be set for a pretrial detention hearing next Thursday. That would be July 9th at 1 p.m. in the A2 division.
All right, that motion for pretrial detention is well taken. Defendant will be held no bond on these charges until such time as he has court next week in the A2 division. Mr. Book, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Martin Delgado.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Delgado, you were here on charges of domestic violence by strangulation with a bond of $5,000, tampering with a witness with a bond of $5,000, false imprisonment of a person with a bond of $10,000, violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond, any failure to appear for an arraignment. The Honorable Judge Bob Grote said that you would be released on your own recognizance as to that charge. Additionally, pursuant to the warrant, you would be placed on pretrial release for these charges. Those warrant conditions would include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Joshua Hilborn.
Yes,
Sir, you're
sir.
here on charges of possession of cannabis, resisting officer without violence, and possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent your counsel.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Hilborn was here yesterday. Ms. Smith had raised a probable cause challenge because there was no indication in the affidavit as to the level of THC. It merely just said THC was disclosed or found.
Right, it tested positive for THC.
Right, but it has to be illegal THC for the purpose of this. So there has to be the 1%.
Right, the minimum amount.
Yes, sir. And that was not stated, and therefore that would not support a possession of illegal marijuana. And does the state have anything on that?
Your Honor, I have no additional information to provide the court.
All right, well then, pursuant to that argument as to the charge of possession of cannabis, the defendant will be released on his own recognizance, and the public defender has previously been appointed to represent you. Good luck, sir.
What?
Jalen Mosley?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mosley, for the charges you're here on today, a warrant was issued by the Honorable Judge Wells. You are going to be placed on pretrial release with the conditions that you have no contact with the alleged victim, including staying at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. Additionally, you would not have no contact with any co-defendants. State wish to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. Matthew
Yes, sir.
Henry on behalf of the state. Your Honor, at this time, the state intends to file a motion for pretrial detention, permission to approach.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. If the court finds that that motion is legally sufficient, we're asking for the defendant to be held no bond and for him to be set for a hearing next Thursday, July 9th at 1 p.m. in the A2 division.
All right, that motion for pretrial detention is well taken. The defendant will be held no bond, set for hearing next Thursday with the A2 division. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Make sure the bond amount shows no bond. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Roberto Ovando. Sir, you're here on charges of possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 as to each of those charges, and possession of methamphetamine. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Michael Peavy. Mr. Peavy, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Sir, don't go anywhere yet.
Yes, I do have a challenge, a probable cause challenge to make on this case.
All right.
It's rather unusual. I was looking at the affidavit, and the co-defendant, or the other person that was involved in this, is named Summers. I think she's also on the docket today. But in the affidavit for Mr. Peavy, it describes how this other person, Summers, allegedly ran to Peavy's residence when she was being chased by some police officers, that the police officer got to that residence, this person went into the house, which was Mr. Peavy's house, and that there was a scale with some crystalline residue on it outside, and that Miss Summers then surrendered herself in the house. But the issue becomes here, I don't see any probable cause to show that Mr. Peavy is rightfully held on having possession of the scale or knowledge of it. Because what happened is the police questioned Summers, and Summers ultimately advised that the black scale was hers, and that Mr. Peavy had denied that the scale was his. When the officer made his findings of probable cause, he said, because both of them denied it, that is incorrect. There was that whether this is true or not, obviously this is all allegations, but that Ms. Summers had made this remark about saying the black scale is hers. That's the only matter that can be associated with what they charged Mr. Peavy with, and that is drug paraphernalia and methamphetamine. and the crystalline substance did test for the positive for methamphetamine. So for that reason, I don't see probable cause to show that he is a person who had knowledge of it, such that they could base their probable cause findings on it.
All right, thank you, Counsel. State.
Your Honor, the state does believe that probable cause is established. I would note in the affidavit, not only is the alleged residence Mr. Peavy's, but I would point the court to the paragraph that says the co-defendant, speaking of the co-defendant, Jessica Summers initially denied ownership of the scale. After.
But Mr. Peavy said, tell him it's yours.
Correct. So I don't see how the defendant would not have knowledge of the scale when we have allegations here that he tells a co-defendant to take ownership of the alleged drug paraphernalia.
Because it's her.
Mr. Do not say anything. Anything. Okay. I'm just saying, Your Honor, I'm just saying that this is not specific enough to narrow this down. I guess you can make all kinds of assumptions. But when the officer based the probable cause on saying both of them denied it, then that is said in the, that's what the officer declared is how he made his findings, to charge both of them. And I'm just saying I don't think that's supported by the affidavit.
All right, thank you, Counsel. The court disagrees and finds that there is probable cause. Thank you, sir. Jan Swarzewski.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of threatening death or harm to a law enforcement officer, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and solicitation on first-degree murder. Your bond is $5,000, and no bond pursuant to the charge itself. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. I need you to call the FBI for me as well.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
That's it, South County. Thanks, Judge.
All right, thank you very much. We will now move to Central for the females, beginning with Dana Borders.
Yes, sir.
You're here on 2 counts of violation of probation, both out of Pasco County, so you will be held no bond on those charges. We will set you for next Thursday. Hopefully Pasco County has come to do what they're supposed to, and if not, then we'll figure out what we need to do. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Becky Bush. Ms. Bush, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Mitya Dassey. Ma'am, you're here on a charge of violation of probation. You'll be held no bond on that charge. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Shatira Fly.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on charges of reckless driving with a bond of $250, battering a law enforcement officer and resisting officer with violence with a bond of $5,000 each, and resisting officer without violence and DUI with a bond of $1,000 each. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tashara Freeman. Yes. Ma'am, you're here on a charge of a failure to carry motor vehicle liability insurance. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Our screen froze up on this one. Dinah Girardi.
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here on 2 counts of violation of probation out of Hernando County. You'll be held no bond on that. We'll set you for July 9th to follow up to see if Hernando County has done what they're supposed to do. Good luck, sir. Oh, ma'am.
You told me that last week, Judge.
Well, hold on a second. Did this come up previously? Did this come up last week?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that to me. I don't know why Hernando County has not come and done what they're supposed to do, but I don't think we should have to pay for you to stay in jail. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance as to these charges. But I would suggest you contact Hernando County and find out what's going on. Otherwise, you're just going to get arrested again.
I will. Thank you.
All right, good luck. Rachel Hernandez.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on the charge of operating a vehicle while driver's license suspended or canceled. Your bond is $250. Additionally, you're currently out on bond on 25 CT 3729. That bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Okay.
Lena Jones?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're on charges of no valid driver's license and an unregistered motor vehicle with a bond of $250 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, sir.
Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Don McLaughlin?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on 2 counts of violation of probation out of Seminole County for which you'll be held no bond. We will set you for next Thursday to see if Seminole County has done what they're supposed to do. Good
Your
luck.
Honor, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. The same thing as Dinah Girardi. They told me that last week. If they didn't pick me up by today, I was set for bond.
All right, well, let's find out. Do we have anything about that? Was she here last week?
Here it is. Is this Don McLaughlin?
Yes.
Yes.
And her violation must be out of county then?
It is.
Oh, I see, that's, sorry. This is-
All right, you are correct, ma'am. You were here on the 26th, and for whatever reason, they've decided not to come get you for this. So Seminole County have to do something different. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance as to these charges. And as I told the other lady, you'll want to contact Seminole County just to find out what's going on, so you don't get arrested again.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Misty Mercante? Ma'am, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Sorry, Your Honor, that's not the right person.
That was not.
Misty Mercante?
Oh, sorry, you skipped. Okay, no, she never made it from the processing center.
All right, well, that'll come back tomorrow then. And who is this person?
Negron Bennett, Your Honor.
Negron.
That's the last name, Negron Bennett.
Oh, okay. What about Tabitha Murray?
Your Honor, she also did not make it from the processing center.
Thank you. Then we move to Luz Negron Bennett. Ma'am, you're on a charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. However, you were recommended for straight pretrial release, which means if you promise to abide by all the conditions of court, which include that you would not use, possess or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours release accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items, and show up for all your court dates, then I can release you without you having to post a bond. Can you promise me you can do those things?
I can, Your Honor, but I have a question.
All right, you'll need to talk to your attorney about that. So let's talk about that now.
Yeah.
Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, Your Honor, I'm self-representing myself. The
Okay,
victim
well,
is,
good luck then, ma'am.
Your Honor, the victim is present here and he wanted to be able to.
Lacartius Nimmons?
Okay.
Ma'am, is this Lacartius Simmons?
Did not make it from the processing center.
Patricia Noble?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charge of resisting an officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, possession of fentanyl with a bond of $10,000, possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000, and 6 counts of violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. All right, then we have Natasha Plagemeyer. Ma'am, how do you really say your last name?
Flagmeyer.
Plagemeyer, thank you. All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of DUI. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Additionally, you're currently on bond on 26 CF 5660. That bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. On this charge that we have today, additionally, you'll be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions included. Well, whatever conditions were on the current pretrial release will remain on this one as well.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
I have an attorney.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
That was Ms. Flagmeyer.
Oh, well, then new pretrial release conditions will be the same as the old pretrial release conditions.
Gotcha.
Michaela Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're here in charge of resisting officer without violence, false ID given to law enforcement with a bond of $1,000 each, and operating a vehicle while driver's license suspended with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Betty Smith?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here in charge of grand theft with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
I need help getting bond to get out of here. I can't make a phone call.
Jessica Summers?
Is she on bond?
Yes.
Is she on bond?
She does, $5,000.
Thank you, sir. It isn't written on my sheet here. That's
Oh, it
fine.
wasn't originally, it was zero. I just made it 5,000.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Summers, you were here in
Yes.
charge of resisting an officer without violence with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, and destroying or tampering or fabricating physical evidence with a bond of $5,000. Additionally, you're currently out on bond on 26 CF 4919. That bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Do you need the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender for all cases. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tyria Williams?
Yes.
Ma'am, you were here on a charge of causing a juvenile to become delinquent, dependent, or needy. Pursuant to the KP assigned by the Honorable Judge Catherine Cumby, you will be placed on pretrial release with the conditions of 17, 18, 21, and 27. No contact with any Wawa store, and you were to call in twice a week. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sheila Woodsby? Ma'am, you're here on an allegation of a violation of
It's not
probation.
me.
Did not make it from the processing center.
Okay. Are you Katrina Wright?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, you were here. Well, let's check. Were you in court last week?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, then, you're being held for Osceola County on a bond of $5,000. So you can bond out, or we can wait till next Thursday and see if they've come and got you. Good luck.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Is that all the females?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then moving to the males, beginning with Chandler Allen. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're on a charge of an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. Your bond amount will be $5,000. And if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, and you would have no contact with the alleged victim. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Andres Avila Acevedo.
Your Honor, he needs a Spanish interpreter. He was brought up late.
All right, you can bring him back tomorrow.
No,
Salim Bennett.
Yes, Your Honor. May I ask you a question in the form of a question?
Domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Your Honor, me and my wife that's out here, we
All right,
are.
sir, if you decide that you do need the public defender, you can ask for the public defender.
No, we just want to drop the charges. We're trying to drop the charges, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, you're here on charges of possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000. Yes, ma'am.
He did not make it from the processing center.
All right, thank you.
Who was that?
Brooks.
Thank you.
How about DeCarlos Brown? Mr. Brown, you were here on charges of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon with a bond of $10,000, altering or removing a serial number from a firearm with a bond of $5,000, driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender with a $5,000 bond, false ID given to law enforcement with a bond of $1,000, resisting officer without violence with a bond of $1,000, and 2 warrants from the Honorable Judge Lori Winstead for failure to appear for jury selection, for which you'll be held no bond. Additionally, there's a charge of possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. My review of the PC affidavit shows that the only ammunition that was there was actually within the firearm, for which there's already a charge, and therefore you will be released on your own recognizance as to that charge. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir, but I never got a court date for the failure to appear. I never received that.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yep.
D'Angelo Byer?
Yes, sir.
So you're here as a result of a failure to appear for a pretrial pursuant to a KP assigned by the Honorable Judge John Flynn. Your bond amount for that is $2,000. Additionally, there is an immigration detainer for which you'll be held no bond for ICE. And as I understand it, Mr. Dix is currently representing you. Good luck, sir. Justin Carpenter?
Did not make it from processing center.
Carlos Castillo?
Yes, sir.
So you're here on charges of unauthorized use of a credit card with a bond of $250, unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling with a bond of $10,000, grand theft, burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, and causing a child to become delinquent with a bond of $5,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Christopher Chips?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on 3 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond, and a charge of operating while driver's license suspended, canceled, or revoked with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Your Honor, I do have a quick question. So I did.
All right, sir, hold on. So if you don't need the public defender, or you don't know that you need him, you can ask for that at your next court date. So do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, please. Do I have a bond? I just want to know, with the violation hold, right?
A violation of probation, no bond.
So I don't have a bond at all?
Yes.
Because my probation officer said that they weren't going to put a hold on me because I'm an out-of-state probationer, and that out-of-state said that.
That's all stuff you need to talk about with the judge who's going to handle your case.
So I don't.
Elijah Fontes?
So what's my next court date?
Mr. Fontes, you're here on charges of keeping a shop or vehicle for drugs, driving a license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of cannabis over 20 grams. The bond for each of those will be $5,000. Additionally, you have a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. The bond for that will be $1,000. And you're currently out on bond on 26 MM 3236. That bond will be revoked and you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jacoby Fowler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Fowler is?
Yes, sir.
So this is a charge of causing a child to commit an act of delinquency, and this is a bring back from yesterday.
Yes, sir. The challenge was made by Ms. Smith, saying that the age of this alleged child was not stated in the affidavit.
Well, okay. State.
And state had 24 hours.
Your Honor, I have no additional information to provide the court.
All right. Having looked at it, it just shows that that there was a person in the car who was out past their court-ordered curfew. My initial thought would be that's a juvenile. However, judges do put people on probation or on curfews on pretrial release, so that doesn't tell me much. So as it relates to this charge, the defendant will be allowed to be released on his own recognizance. But sir, you're going to want to make sure you show up for any court dates that you have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
You said I got a bond?
No, sir, you're going to be released on your own recognizance. Randy Emler? Sir, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 and possession of cannabis with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Public defender,
I don't know if I need.
you want an attorney?
Yes, I can.
Your Honor?
If you
Yes, ma'am.
couldn't afford an attorney, it's one we could ask for a public defender.
No, I don't have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Emler, excuse me, I'm sorry. There was a challenge because of not stating the level of THC, but I believe that the state has filed an amended
They have.
affidavit
Yes.
that cured that issue. So that's At this point, there's nothing further that I'm in a position to do.
All right, well, Mr. Emler, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Demetrius Lee.
Yes, sir.
Lee, you're here on 2 allegations of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Armino Martin Linus. Is he there yet?
Martin, no, Your Honor, him and McDonald, neither of them made it.
I thought McDonald was from yesterday, but maybe that's an old McDonald. Never mind. Sean McGrail.
Somebody,
I have him as SPC, so I guess he'll be back tomorrow. How about Billy Montgomery?
Montgomery didn't make it.
All right. How about
Thank you, ma'am.
Quasi Moore?
How you doing, Your Honor?
Good. Well, sir, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of cannabis with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, I do.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
How about Javian Morales?
Hello, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on 2 charges out of Volusia County. One is a bond of $250, the other is a bond of $500. So if you bond out, you can get out today. Otherwise, we'll bring you back next Thursday to see if Volusia has done what they're supposed to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nicholas Nolasco.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're here on an allegation of a violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Daniel Ovida Esparza.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're going to charge a failure to obey a lawful order from a police officer with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
One attorney?
Attorney?
Yes, sir. Do you need an attorney to represent you?
Oh. I ain't got no attorney.
All right, well, we'll give you one. Public defender will be appointed to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jonathan Panu?
Yes, sir. Canoe.
Panu, thank you. All right, sir, you're on charge of resisting an officer without violence with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Willie Perry?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perry, you're here on 3 allegations of violation of probation, 2 out of Broward County and 1 here. You'll be held no bond on those charges, and a charge of domestic violence battery for which you'll be held with a bond of $1,000. And if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Duran Ricks.
Good morning, good afternoon, Judge. I represent Mr. Ricks. This is Attorney Kathleen Gillard.
All right. And he is here on charges of petty theft, unarmed burglary, unoccupied dwelling, and stalking or cyber stalking. State wish to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state intends to file a motion for pretrial detention. Permission to approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. If the court finds that that motion is legally sufficient, we are asking that the defendant be held no bond and for him to be set for a pretrial detention hearing next Thursday, July 9th at 1 p.m. in the A2 division.
What is the charge here? I have it as an unarmed burglary and unoccupied dwelling.
Yes, Your Honor. Should be a second-degree felony.
I don't believe my client has any priors, Your Honor.
All right, pursuant to the warrant, the bond on the petty theft will be $1,000. On the charge of stalking or cyber stalking, the bond will be $10,000. And pursuant to the motion for pretrial detention, the defendant will be held no bond until the A2 docket, which will be July 9th at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. No, not with that. Terry Rose?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good, sir. You are here on a warrant from the Honorable Judge David Stamey for failure to appear for an arraignment and failure to notify of change of address is the charge. Pursuant to that warrant, you are to be released on your own recognizance, assuming that you can provide us a valid address. Do you have a valid address?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
166 Argyle Gate Loop Road,
In what city?
Dundee, Florida.
And what is the zip code?
33838.
All right, then pursuant to that warrant from Judge Stamey, you will be released on your own recognizance and ordered to appear for your next court date. Do we have your next court date, sir? I do have this one.
It's gonna be.
I thought I had this one.
It's the when? Sorry.
August 4th at 8:30 is going to be your next court date in Bartow.
Okay.
So you've been advised that on the record, and so you need to make sure you get there, because the next time, you probably won't get an ROR bond. Good luck, sir. Oh, do you need the service of the public defender?
Oh.
Do you need the public defender to represent you?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir. Christopher Rowell?
Sure.
Sir, Mr. Rowell, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. How about Austin Smith?
Yes, sir.
So you're here on 3 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Sir, can you tell me when the next court date is?
No, sir. Ardarius Tatham?
Did not make it.
Thank you.
What was the name of that?
Michael Torres?
How you doing, Honor?
Torres, you're here on charge of resisting officer without violence and possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Davidson Valde?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're here on 3 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need
You
the
said
service
3
of the
counts.
public defender?
Like,
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
oh, yes. What do you
All
mean
right,
by
I will
3
appoint the
counts?
public defender to represent you. I mean more than 2 and less than 4.
I'm saying, like, is that
Paul
like?
Vargas? Mr. Vargas, you're here on charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, just one question, sir. Sorry. You said
All right,
I may have contact?
No public defender. Oh, you may have contact, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent.
Okay, and yes, I do need a public defender. Yes.
So you changed your mind.
I'm sorry. I was trying to ask you about the contact.
Well, you see how that's been working. All right, public defender will be appointed to represent you. Good luck. Jorge Vasquez?
Didn't make it from the processing center.
I'm sure the judge tomorrow will be able to take care of that. Thomas Walker?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walker, you're here on charge of resisting officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yes, sir.
Franklin Wombald?
Yes, sir.
You're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Rashansky Wilson?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. Pursuant to the warrant from the Honorable Judge Rochelle Williamson, you will be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions included: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, ammunition, or axes, and you would have no contact with the alleged victim. Your bond amount will be $10,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir. We have anybody else? That's it, all done?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Have a good weekend.